passions.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That's ball.
Catch.
Throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and Now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Lord's Championship action back in NW8. Middlesex entertaining Derbyshire, and a pretty feisty fixture this should be ahead of the break for the Blast. Derbyshire, one of the stronger first 11s in the division, was the fancy at the start of the season. That's not the way it's panned out in terms of results so far. As for Middlesex, a big win up at Lancashire last week, and well, if they could go 2 from 2 this week, that would be the ideal scenario. Director of Cricket Alan Coleman is alongside me to start today's play. Before we look forward, of which Derbyshire have won the toss and elected to field, as you'll see the team news as well in front of us at the moment. There's one change for Middlesex. It's Ethan Bosch coming in the bowling lineup for Seb Morgan, filling something of an all-rounder as well. Harry Duke keeping his place as expected, with Joe Cracknell having that injury. We'll go through the sides very in full in just a moment, but first, before we look fully at this game, we have to look back at Lancashire first of all. What a performance, and the name at the bottom of that line up there, Navia Sharma, 4 wickets in 10 deliveries, really turned that game, didn't he?
He did. Good morning to everyone. It was a great 2.5 days, as it ended up being, for Middlesex up at Old Trafford. The first win in Championship cricket up at Old Trafford since 1996. So a fantastic achievement from the players, and one that Navia Sharma obviously shone in that morning, to take 4 wickets in 10 balls, as it were, for Middlesex to race through the lower order of Lancashire and set themselves up a nice run chase. But it really was a game of contributions from everyone. Every bowler in the wickets at one point. Lewis Deploy and Ben Geddes leading with the bat as well supported by others. So a really good team performance, and sets us up nicely for Derbyshire here at Lord's, and the final game in this block of 6 4-day games for both teams.
Number 3, Max Holden, second left there. It's Duke on the left, Salisbury and Fulton, the coaches on the right. Happy coaches as they were on that final day. I mean, it of course could have gone anywhere. It was a match that was on the knife edge, and on that final morning, Sharma, but then Geddes, top left in your picture also, there with Sam Robson guiding home in an incredible chase. Incredible performance by him in a low-scoring game. A game that was barely 5 sessions in total, even though it went to the third morning, so it was Bull heavily on top. Here at Lord's, it is lower end of the square for this game, and a bit of grass still on the top, a greenish tinge to this one. I haven't quite looked at the full forecast for the game, but it's a match that both teams will be relishing here. Derbyshire, I think as you mentioned to me at the start of the season, were actually first 11. One of the sides to really look out for this season. It's been an up and down campaign for them so far, though.
It has, yeah. Derbyshire recruited well. Obviously, signing Bashir in the close season, adding to Caleb Jewell, who came in and did fantastically as overseas player in 2025 as well. So some really, really good signings from Derbyshire. Looked a strong 11, as you say. Looks like this morning Zach Chappell was out there warming up and has gone down, so not available today. So Derbyshire have obviously had to make a late change to their preferred lineup, but still a very good lineup on paper. And this is going to be a great contest. Derbyshire, as it says on the bottom of the screen, won the toss, elected to bowl. I think Middlesex would have done the same. But that said, in the half an hour, talking of the weather, in the half an hour since the toss went, the sun is now out. And we know how important overhead conditions here can be at Lords, especially on morning one, where there will be a little more juice in the pitch.
Coming in from over the back of the grandstand, as you see the shirt there of Aitchison pushed from his right shoulder to his left by the wind, and that's as he's bowling from the nursery end to get us underway. So he'll be up the hill, not quite into the wind, to the side of him. 3 slips in place for Sam Robson. Deep third, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long legs. Pretty standard 6-3 fielder. You can just about get him in shot there. We're all the way over to one side for this one, and it's going to be Aitchison then. Robson on strike, the right-hander, first ball of the match. And pretty much what we expected. Bit of bounce, bit of shape away, and tone set for the morning session, Derbyshire, you'd think. And a big smile from the bowler as well.
Big smile from Aitchison, and a little bit of a eye-opener for Robson there, as that one from back of a length just zips away. Aitchison just asking for some sawdust there, I think, to be run on by the ground staff. So obviously shows that there is a little bit of moisture in this surface still. The last pitch that Middlesex played on here against Durham was a very good pitch for batting, wasn't it? Didn't have a huge amount of pace in it, and played pretty well all the way through the game. So it'll be interesting to see how this one behaves over the 4 days.
Width offered, and the offer is taken by Robson. Beautiful shot, first scoring shot of the match, second ball of the day and 4 runs.
Yeah, perhaps some footholes in his mind there from Aitchison. That was a big floaty wide delivery that Middlesex's opening right-hander Sam Robson has driven through extra cover for 4. That would be pretty similar to one of the throwdowns that one of the coaches would have given Sam Robson this morning. And the opening batter very, very happy to receive that one early on.
It's Meg with the sawdusts. Run out to the crease as well. Give us a chance to continue nattering at the start of the game. So yeah, this is a fair fixture before the break for the Blasts. Which 3 games to start the season, a week off, and then 3 thereafter. Overall, I think Middlesex pretty happy with where they've been this season. A victory in this game will put them in a very nice position going into the break.
Yeah, nice to start this final round of games in second place, obviously in the division. Durham are pretty much way out in front at the moment, having been unbeaten.
Just angling in more.
But it does feel like there have been a few more results around the country all the way through. I think there's only 16 or 17 of the 18 teams have won at least one game, which feels quite high. It feels like results in both divisions have been shared around. But Middlesex hoping for a good result here, having been, as I said, having started the game in second place in this division. But a tricky first morning, I'm sure, to navigate here from the Derbyshire bowlers.
But again, angling towards that stump. We saw the movement away on that first ball. He's lining up the off stump nicely now, Aitchison. Yeah, it was a bit of natter downstairs. The Derby Mafia, as I called them anyway, Fletcher and Griff, in attendance for this one downstairs. We'll probably spot Griff on his camera. Dave Griffin, very recognisable person of Derbyshire cricket. Camera person, but he's been a bit of everything, statistician. Yeah, they were nattering this morning, Aitchison or Chappell. Obviously, fancy Chappell's picked up a late knock, but Aitchison's looking pretty good at the moment and has been banging the door down hard. movement down the slope again, but starting wide. Into the opening over, 4 without loss here at Lords. Live stream from Middlesex, brought to you in association with Dafabet. If you're just joining us, Derbyshire winning the toss and unsurprisingly electing to field, but the sun has come out since the toss, and Middlesex will very much hope that remains the case through the morning session. Hayden it is from the pavilion end. I seem to remember a pretty decent spell from the last up against Middlesex as well. Good pace. Slender figure, but gets it through quickly. He's got 4 slips this morning for Ben Geddes, who is the man who saw home the chase at Old Trafford. It was an impressive performance, a dominant performance by him with the bat. Game that had been all about the bowlers as well. Geddes and Robson, they got it off to a cracking start. Robson just with a bit of a gimme with a chip to mid-wicket, opened the door slightly for a late Lancashire comeback, but Geddes wasn't having any of it. Middlesex coming away with those points. Yes, a second place Middlesex behind Durham on the table heading into this fixture.
As you said, Geddes opening the batting here after that reshuffle of the order. Josh De Kerry's missing out at Old Trafford. Geddes moving up from 5 to 1. He really did take his opportunity in that second innings. A fantastic, dominant performance. He was rewarded with another opportunity to open the batting here.
Oh, loosener on that now. Was it edge into the ground, or was that a chance? Toe end into the ground, bouncing up.
We'll have a look here. It looked on first instance that this was jammed into the ground. Yes, it was jammed into the ground. Big hand on it at slip, but not able to save it. 1 run gets Geddes off the off strike, and it looks like some more sawdust being run out to Hayden there. You see in the screen, so obviously a little bit of dampness underfoot for both Derbyshire seamers.
Bit of wobble on that one. Yeah, the point spread is pretty interesting for this round, isn't it? There is that slip called Aitchison, second. Jewel, his third slip, who threw out the left hand, what wasn't edge, and the familiar figure on the end with Martin Anderson, joining Derbyshire from Middlesex, of course. Fuller, straighter and driven. Just misses the sawdust. Gets a cheer from the kids as well. School's day again. That's Lords. Busy day here at Lords actually. There's a schools event in the mound stand. There they are. Shooting on the runs.
Yeah, great effort from the Middlesex in the community team who are here with Schools Day.
That fizz back in with the slope. Thick inside edge, hard inside of the bat.
And a day of activity. We've got the table cricket national finals as well in the nursery pavilion, organised by Lords Taverners. So lots of activity around the ground, as well as Middlesex Past Players Day. So Middlesex men's, women's and disability players who've represented the club invited along today, hosted by Angus Fraser and Lisa Wybrow. So there'll be a few familiar faces around them, possibly a few familiar voices on the stream as well.
So Gus to sedate them and Lisa to break up any fights. Is that the theory? 2 overs bowled, 8 without loss. Where will that be held?
I think it's in the. I think there's a little cap presentation at tea time in the Coronation Garden, I believe. So some commemorative caps, given out to those who've represented the club. Always a nice day to see some faces around the ground.
So a quick look back at the table. We're saying Durham top on 91, then Middlesex 68. All teams having played 5 now at this stage. Northamptonshire third, 2 points behind Middlesex, but rather than go through second, third and so on, second to 7th, which is Derbyshire, is just 15 points. Nicely punched, very well stopped though. Point and mid-off converge, prevent the single. And touching back on what we were saying at the start, that's what makes this such a big match going into the break. Middlesex could put a lot of distance between themselves and Derbyshire, who, again, one of the sides who, first 11 certainly look as though they could and should be challenging this season in Division 2. But equally a victory for Derbyshire, and the gap in those top few positions will be so tight. That's well bowled, it's well played as well by Robson. He's kept that bat face open. 2 things there. 1, would he get bat on it? And 2, if he did, would the bat face close and the leading edge comes into play. With the slope as it is as well, you have to be so wary.
It does look to us here that Aitchison has got this ball moving down the slope this morning. Slope, as we know, goes from right to left on your screen. When it's a right, and for the right-handed batter means the ball is going away from them, and he has certainly got the ball to go down the slope this morning. But all bowlers, morning one of any game at Lords with a new ball in hand, new Duke's ball in hand, will be just looking to exploit any movement that there is in the surface. Aitchison and Hayden definitely looking to do that for Derbyshire this morning, but Middlesex so far up to the test.
Yes, that gap, I mean, it could swing massively one way or the other. It could be incredibly tight at the top. Race for the 2 promotion positions, or Middlesex could put a little bit of daylight between them, which Durham have with the rest at the moment, but that can all change. They've won 3, they've drawn 2, so the only undefeated side still. Middlesex 2 wins, as have Lancashire, Kent and Worcestershire, 1 for Derbyshire and 1 for Northamptonshire. And 1 for Gloucestershire now as well at the bottom.
It's a division, you're looking at it here on your screen. It's a division, always is, of ifs and buts, isn't it? Middlesex, 1 poor session with the ball against Worcestershire, lost the game by 40 or 50 runs. Had Middlesex have got a better result in that game, and a result that they feel they could have got, he had 16 points onto that total, and you know, everyone is right pulled away from the group as Durham have. So it's going to be a fascinating round of cricket this, and then obviously, as you say, a break for 6 blast games, and then back into this cricket again for 2 rounds where Middlesex travel to Kent and then to Worcestershire. So some really good, Worcestershire then Kent, sorry. So some really good cricket to come.
And it is a strong division this year, isn't it? Division 2 is just a delay for the helmet being run out. And we'll wait for that. We'll wait to start the over. Well, Madson's up with the bowlers, they're not doing anything yet. Yeah, off he goes, which allows us to continue nattering here. Yeah, it is a strong division, isn't it? Because you look at Kent, who've managed to pick up a couple of victories now. There was a bit of a worry at the start of the season with Kent really going to struggle this season, but they are right in the mix. And obviously Lancashire last week for Middlesex was a very big game and a very big victory for so many reasons.
I'm just looking at Gloucestershire there, who's sitting at the bottom. They've obviously won a game, 16 points for that win, meaning that in the other 4 games they've played, and obviously Middlesex saw them at game 1 here at Lords, they've actually only got 13 points Although I think they did lose a couple for overrate and that sort of stuff. So it does show how much a win can drag you in or pull you away from a group.
Full straight and push back by Geddes. And on those scores elsewhere, Gloucestershire 0-2 in their match against Northamptonshire. Charlesworth and Bancroft departing to Guthrie. Cork Guthrie bowls Sanderson for Charlesworth and LBW Conway for Bancroft. 1 ball faced for Charlesworth, 2 balls faced for Bancroft. Price and Hammond in. Northamptonshire winning a toss at Bristol. Scoring off a little by that on this occasion, Geddes.
Just see here how important length is at Lords. That ball just a touch short of back of a length, hit Geddes on the back thigh, so going over the stumps, but just shown that if you do get your length right, you can get some seam movement. That one's gone back down it's gone up the slope to Geddes, but it just shows how important length is, and bowlers trying to hit the top of the bails as a guide.
Down the slope, the ball before it did just straighten on him, didn't it, up the slope. Geddes, you could see the puff of the cheeks as he just about kept it out.
And I think, you know, as an opening batter you're going to get those, aren't you? You're going to get balls that you play down the original line and you miss. You're going to get balls that nip and hit you in the thigh pad. All part of that navigating the new ball that is the job of the opening batter. I think Middlesex will be heartened by some of the run scoring opportunities they've had so far.
Oh, what a ball that is. Goodness me. Geddes was left hoping and praying on that.
Pretty much on cue, isn't it? So that you hope that you play a miss at a few as an opening batter, and that is one of those. Holding on the slope there, not coming back to Geddes, holding its line through to keeper Brooke Guest. Very good piece of bowling from Hayden.
And again, length was even better on that one.
Encouragement for Derbyshire here. Second delivery of the over that we've seen. Geddes play just inside the line of that one as the ball from Hayden holds its line on the slope. Very well bowled from Derbyshire's seamer. Hayden made his debut here last year in first class cricket in the exact same fixture. Obviously it was played later in the year. It was a rain affected draw if I remember rightly, but Hayden made his debut against Middlesex at Lords last year.
Yeah, as I say, I was impressed by him in that game. So he's got a bit about him. Now, one at either end. Aitchison's added as well.
Into the fourth over. Derbyshire have definitely found their line and length here. It's a beauty from Aitchison. Angle in, nips away down the slope, beats Robson, all ends up. Definitely the line and length here that the bowlers are trying to hit, that kind of that top of the bails, challenge the batter's forward or back decision. See if you can extract some sideways movement.
Smothering defence on this occasion from Robson, getting in behind it.
You're exactly right there, Kev, about Robson getting in behind it. Just watch Robson's back foot and front foot both end up. It's a proper smother outside the line there. You can see leg stump behind his front pad. That's how far Robson has tried to get across to cover the line of the ball. Another beauty. Not much more you can say, really, is there? Beautiful from Matt Aitchison. Same, just angle in from just outside of mid-crease position, drawing Robertson into the shot, moving away down the slope. Some very good deliveries here.
Playable from Aitchison. Leg side and clipped. Short leg in place at the mid-wicket. The only task is to go and retrieve it.
How many times do we see this from a bowler? Beats the outside edge, gets the ball moving away down the slope, just pushes that line a tiny bit straighter, but this time too straight. Leg stump half volley, clipped up to that vacant grandstand area for 4 runs.
Feared for a moment he was going to clip it upwards, because he is smothering that off stump at the moment, isn't he? And the way he fell at Old Trafford was a clip to mid-wicket. Nearly a push to mid-on. He's checked it just in time, Robson.
Yeah, there's another fuller, straighter delivery there from Robson, who's able just to check it before he goes through. But I do think there's some signs of encouragement here for Derbyshire. That length is proving tricky. Perhaps a tiny bit slower off the surface there. Hard to say without the feedback of the batters, but the last couple of deliveries have been slightly uppish from Robson, you would say.
To finish, 12 without loss. One thing with Robbo, which I could be completely off on this, but I'm feeling certainly this season, but last season as well, perhaps. In that smothering, that's something I feel that's come more into his game of late. There was always a question mark about Robson on the off stump when he played Test cricket, but the amount that or how far he gets that front pad across, for me now, does seem to have been a noticeable difference.
I think you're right. Yeah, there was those questions around. Obviously, one of his early Test matches, he left one and got bowled, didn't he? And then sort of followed a couple with his hands and nicked them. There were a few questions around that, but yeah, definitely a conscious effort from Robson to get outside his off stump here.
Is that a this season thing, or was it last year? I feel like it may have been. I've noticed it a lot this season, but I feel like I did notice it last year, that he does seem to get a much bigger stride across with that front pad nowadays.
Yeah, and often can be an indication though of where the batter's weight is and where their head's going. So if the batter's head is going outside the line of off stump, then generally their foot is going to follow as well. So it may be a conscious effort. It may be just that Robson's just watchful around that off stump and trying to make sure he covers the line. It may be that at times his balance is just a little bit off and his head is just a little bit offside of the ball.
Of course, a couple of things come into play for the right-hander then. One is LBW and the other is that you're playing at a ball you shouldn't too far outside off, but I haven't particularly noticed that in Robson. It seems as though, but maybe I'm overthinking it, but having watched his entire career, it does seem like a noticeable difference from him nowadays on his defence, and it does seem to be working for him.
We see Sam very much in the autumn of his first-class playing career, it's fair to say, and you do see batters' techniques evolve as they go through their careers. Just a thick inside edge there from Robson past the short leg. Single brings Geddes back onto strike. Yeah, we do see, I think we spoke last time, for the last home fixture against Durham, we spoke about Chanderpaul and where he ended up in his career. We spoke about John Carr, the Middlesex great, who ended up sort of square on. So batters' techniques definitely do evolve as they go through their careers.
Lovely shot. Over pitch slightly, fraction of width on that one, but Geddes is a clean striker of the ball, stroke player as well when he wants to be, and that was put through nicely to the big boundaries, so just the 3.
Long chase up towards the grandstand, but the outfield is definitely quickening up. I'm speaking to Carl McDermott here. Obviously, at the start of the year, it was still bedding in, so the grass was being left on the outfield a touch longer. It's now shorter, so we expect, especially when the sun's out, that this ball will fly across this outfield as we're used to expecting at Lords. That one just pulled up inside the cover boundary.
It was slow at Old Trafford, the outfield. Thick grass up at Old Trafford.
Was it looked at the end that we sit, so the media and the players. It's got the player and media centre end, isn't it? That there were some new drainage lines, didn't there, across the outfield in front of us, and did wonder if the outfield was left slightly longer because those drainage lines, those drains are still bedding in.
It'll just be the singles finish the over. 6 off it, including the leg by 18 without loss. Mentioning Lancashire, of course, that for Derbyshire was a painful one, and it was given a fair mention. And Middlesex had that modest chase, but tricky chase nonetheless. Derbyshire were all out for 108 in their second game of the season, first defeat. They opened with a draw against Worcestershire, racked up 625 for 8, and then a very tight affair at Old Trafford. Lancashire winning by 29 runs as Derbyshire was skittled for 108 in that one, and that was a figure very much at the forefront of everybody's mind in that Middlesex chase.
There is a conscious effort, as was discussed last week at Old Trafford, that over the years have struggled to find a way of getting 20 wickets in the game. So there's conscious effort to not experiment with the pitches, but just to try some new ways of preparing pitches that can hopefully glean some more positive results for Lancashire in 4-day cricket. And we saw the Middlesex pitch, we saw a bit more seam movement all the way through the game.
Tight, very, very tight that one from the nursery end as well, so the slope helping the appeal.
You'll have a look back at this one. Aitchison just mid-crease here, and bring the ball back into Robson. Touch high maybe, probably the thing that's kept Robson out there. Umpire Simon Widdup standing at the nursery end here. Very, very good shout though.
What a ball to follow up with. There's the plunge across from Robson.
Robson trying to cover his stumps here. Big stride across his stumps here. That one from Aitchison nips back up the slope through the gap. Very good bowling from the Derbyshire seamer.
Tough test, even for the best of them. The experienced Robson out there, 27 deliveries. But he's got his work cut out this morning, quite clearly. Derbyshire should, and seemingly do, have their tails up right now. Just going back to those early season fixtures, I mentioned that Derbyshire seemingly have a pretty strong squad for this season, a strong first 11 in particular. We discussed earlier in the campaign, Lancashire winning by 29 runs, and then Gloucestershire picking up that win by 10 wickets. That was the one that potentially threw the cat amongst the pigeons in the third round. Now that's uppish. There's a mid-wicket in place, and fine of him. Again, wary of the LBW. We've seen the movement. But watch the bat face from Robson on this as well.
Yeah, a touch surprised from me here as we watched that delivery before. Robson just clipping the ball aerially into the leg side. The previous over, Derbyshire had a short leg position, so had 4 fielders on the leg side. Fine leg man just in front of square leg, mid on, and a short leg. I've gone back to having 4 slips, you can see in your screen there. Gone back to cordon of 4 slips and taken the short leg out. And as you said, we have seen Robson caught in the leg side this year. So I do wonder if that will tease Derbyshire into positioning a catcher somewhere in the leg side.
Controls on this occasion from Robson. Chase there from Hayden. That vast boundary in front of the grandstand. They'll pick up a couple, 4 off the over. 22 without loss after 7, half an hour gone. The warning signs are there from Middlesex, but a pair of them will hope they are warming to the task. Not looking too warm behind the grandstand. The flag, the pennant, is pointing towards the camera. So that's roughly where it's coming from. Doesn't always work that way. We can get a swirling wind here at Lord's. But yes, there or thereabouts over the back of the grandstand, which is a shame because it looks a lot lighter over the back of the mound, which is where the kids are sat. Yeah, kids in the mounds. Shoes off. Is that some sort of modern day protest? Well bowled. Full slip diving.
Tricky test this for Geddes to navigate. Hayden's been on the money here, and on the money again. Black of a length delivery. Catches Geddes on the crease, stick outside edge, just off screen there, well fielded by Anderson. And it's returned to Lords, Martin Anderson, that 4th slip for Derbyshire.
Yes, that was the first 3 for Derbyshire. 2 defeats and a draw at that stage. It was looking pretty rough for a side that you'd have thought were going to be up there. And the defeat to Kent, which again was something of a cat amongst the pigeons result. But a victory by an innings against Northamptonshire with another 600 on the board last up. Which with those 3 defeats, draw and a win means it is that 15 points to Middlesex, even though Middlesex have only lost the 1. So a very, very big encounter in Division 2 promotion stakes, this going into the break.
That's better from Geddes. Big positive stride forward. Very dominant there on the front foot. Pushes that up to mid-off. Middlesex's opening batter would be wanting to see a little bit more of that.
Tour, somewhere in the ground. I think it's the grandstand, the lower tier. That's a lovely ball. Lift on this occasion for Hayden.
This is a welcome to the world of opening the batting in first-class cricket for Ben Geddes. And a tricky surface to navigate at Old Trafford last week, and he's got the good test here of Hayden, who's been very, very, very threatening, you would say, from the pavilion end this morning. Been able to extract movement up the slope, got a very challenging length.
End of the 8th, a maiden for Hayden, 1 for 9 for him, 22 without loss Middlesex. He's brought across from Surrey at the beginning of last season or the end of the previous season. Put it that way, but opened in List A for Surrey and very much second 11 cricketer when it came to the longer format. He was up the order for the seconds, but so hard to get into the first 11 for Surrey. Prompted the move, and it wasn't going to be easy to get into the first 11 for Middlesex either. I was saying last time we were together how if there was one doubt going into the start of last season, it was perhaps a couple of batting positions that were up for grabs. This season it's the bowling where perhaps there's a position or two to be fought for. Geddes has very much found his way in the first 11 in all formats for Middlesex. Width and punished. Thumps into the advertising board. Short boundary, but that would have made the long boundary easily as well.
It Wood. Full and wide, we saw that in the first over from Aitchison. Similar again, very full, very wide. Robson leans into it, drives it short boundary down towards the mound stand for 4 runs. A little look at the ball here, Aitchison, Captain Lewis Rees. Happy to continue with it.
It's defended off middle by Robson. Movement of the slope, movement of the ball. As well. We haven't seen too much swing just yet, it's mostly been off the surface, but as we've seen a little bit of bounce as well, so having to cover all options. Sam Robson as he defends that one into the leg side. Something to contend with for the bowlers as well. So we mentioned, Alan, the slope is from leg stump to off, so right to left as you look at the screen there. So bowler will fall away in their follow through. Drawn across into that one, Robson. That was a long way across, and that's exactly what we were talking about. When smothering the stumps can mean that you're pushing at a ball a long way away, which looks ungainly, but Robson's just about got it worked out in his head what he wants to do.
Yeah, it's very wide that, isn't it, to be just pushing at when you're not trying to hit that ball for 4. That is very much a delivery just to be left alone. And you saw Robson's gesture with his bat to tuck it between his legs, that he knew he shouldn't have been drawn into playing out there either.
Clipped through square. Take a couple to end the over, 28 without loss.
Saw that MCC pennant fluttering top of the ground stand there. Bit of a breeze coming across the ground as Hayden runs in to start his 5th over. Very watchful here from Middlesex opener Ben Geddes. That one just perhaps staying a little bit lower than he thought, but very, very well kept out. Further encouragement for Hayden. He's bowled nicely this morning for 9 runs in his 4.2 overs, but has beaten the bat a number of times. right on cue. Shape away from Geddes there. Drawn into just playing outside his off stump. Beautiful piece of bowling. You've seen plenty of this from Hayden this morning. Geddes and Robson watchful for Middlesex. No breakthrough yet for Derbyshire.
That gets through, back at a point. Again, it's the big bounce. I'm not sure whether he got fingertips to it, but it's partly uphill that way and a long way anyway.
Bit of a field change here. Short leg going to go into place. Looks like Montgomery's putting on the helmet there to go in at short leg. 3 slips now for Derbyshire, as you can see. Square leg just dropping back onto the boundary rope in front of the grandstand, right at the end of the grandstand there. Short leg in place, mid on, mid off. Point and 3 slips. Single for Robson down to that fielder.
Side. And the pavilion end as well. Against the slope.
A polite appeal from the Derbyshire players behind the stumps there, but that one going a long way down the leg side. Hayden, the bowler, not interested. As I said in the first few deliveries, he's been impressive so far. Hayden has caused Geddes and Robson some challenges. Bowling change going to happen here at the nursery end. Martin Anderson looks like he's coming into the attack. Aitchison 5 overs for 18, as you can see on the bottom of his screen. Martin Anderson here on his return to Lords. He returned last year obviously, but his first return of this season. Spent a long time originally from Berkshire, joined Middlesex I think at the age of 12. He started at Middlesex all the way through the pathway. Played a lot of first team cricket, but left before the 2025 season to play some regular first team cricket, an opportunity that Derbyshire were able to give him and an opportunity he's grasped, especially with the bat. We're going to see him with the ball here.
Up there, very nearly offered to mid-off by Geddes. He just about kept control of it, but for a moment it looked as though he might chip it.
Yeah, big drive here from Geddes. Second ball full from Anderson, slightly mistimed. Down to Harry Kame at mid-off. Through for the single.
2 batters that love the drive, Anderson and Geddes.
Clipped away from Robson. John Carr, Middlesex. he loved the drive.
Haven't you got to be somewhere? It's usually me that's getting kicked out for the puns. We were a busy man last week. One thing we haven't touched on is Duke's arrival from Yorkshire on loan to cover for Cracknell. Jack Davies unavailable for personal reasons at the moment, who had been the first 11 keeper but lost his place to Cracknell. That must have been a busy night's work on day one of the game. Was there anything ahead of the game that was it something that was potentially in the offing anyway, or? Oh, now that's one of the balls of the morning.
And those that know Martin Anderson as well as we do know that he's got this in him. Slippery, skiddy bowler, quicker than you think, and able to get the ball moving around. That one, absolute beauty. Ball of the morning, goes over the top of off stump, nips down the slope, hand over the mouth from Martin Anderson. Beautiful piece of work. Geddes thankful that he's not edged it.
Just a little too straight on that, and the single finishes. 11 bowls, 36 without loss.
So yeah, just back on the wicket-keeping situation. Obviously, Jack Davies unavailable at the moment. So we had earmarked just in case a number of wicket-keepers who could be available just if an injury did happen to Joe Cracknell. Unfortunately, on that day one, he wore one on the finger. An outstanding effort from Joe to actually keep all of that day with a broken finger was an outstanding effort. But we set the wheels in motion on Friday on that day one afternoon with Yorkshire to get Harry Duke. Gavin Hamilton and I spoke throughout Friday and with the agreement that Joe would do a fitness test early on Saturday morning, day two morning, and if we needed to, Harry Duke would come and join us on loan, and Harry was well prepared for that as well. So Joe came down on the Saturday morning, didn't even try to have a fitness test, said this is no good. Harry promptly drove across from Wakefield, where he lives, across to Manchester. He was signed on loan that morning and then subbed into the game, and we did double check with the match referee that he would be deemed a like for like replacement. The last thing we wanted was to sign somebody on loan and then not be able to replace them, but that's the way the process sort of works.
Just fine in the mid-wicket. They'll get a single, I think two, but it's a very short boundary there, so it is just one.
Some contact from Nick Friend of the Cricketer, who asked how the process works, and obviously you can substitute in anyone who is registered for you. So the loan happened first, and then from that moment, which was confirmed at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, and some great work by Grace West in the Middlesex operations team and her equivalent at Yorkshire, managed to get a loan deal agreed by the ECB very early on Saturday morning, and we were then able to substitute Harry Duke into the game. And great that he's with us again for this fixture.
Yeah, and of course, chance to send Jack Davies the best, unavailable at the moment for personal reasons, and that was why he was the man called up for that game as the replacement.
A really nice moment at Old Trafford. We saw a bit of a in the game cap presentation here, didn't we, for Durham, when Robinson replaced Kemar Roach and was presented with his cap, his debut cap, down in front of the pavilion in mid-over, which had Luke Holman presented Harry Duke. Luke and Harry know each other from their England under-19 days, and Luke delivered a really nice speech on the second morning to present Harry. with cap number 745.
This feels like it's going to lead to one of your questions of who were the last 5, Kev?
Well, you tried last time and you forgot Ollie Stone, didn't you? That was the quiz in the last game.
A forgivable offence, that one.
Harry Duke, 745th person to play first-class cricket for Middlesex men. He's fast attracted the nickname of Keith Lemon from the group, and if you have a look at Harry,
yeah, he just left the balcony. Yeah,
you might see the semi-resemblance, but in a cricket changing room, it's enough of a resemblance.
From both. Robson keeping that bat face open as best he could. Single off the over, 37 without loss.
Hayden's definitely been the bowler of the morning for Derbyshire here. 6 overs, none for 14. Been very, very impressive so far. Robson and Geddes navigating this well. Robson on 26, Geddes on 10. It's just clouded over a little bit here as well.
That's where it's coming in from, as we said. You can see there's another grey one. It's not too bad overall. Looking out over the back of the grandstand, it's just got particularly gloomy at the moment. Let's hope we'll be okay. Ooh, comes back up the slope. I've been beating him down the slope on a couple of occasions.
Isn't it back up the slope? Geddes looking to punch that ball off the back foot, but nips back, thick inside edge. Fielded by Jewell at mid-wicket there. A bit more of a split field here for Anderson. It's just sending his square leg back onto the boundary, so 4 fielders, a long leg. Square leg in front, mid-wicket a bit tighter and a mid-on. Suggests that Anderson will be looking to bowl pretty straight to Geddes, as we see in that last delivery.
To Andrew McKenna, friend of ours on the mic here. He's tuned in. He was asking about the loan rule and the replacement rule overall. Happy with it? It means Andrew just pointed out. So this is clipped down to long leg, and they'll take 2. 39 without loss. It's efficient for the counties because it means they don't have to have big squads where there's players sat there at backup, which is obviously costing a lot of money as well. So in a day and age where everybody around the world, the counties always do have to think of costs, and it means you can streamline the squad a little bit if you are able to loan in. Which is a good way of looking at it. And morning to you, Macca, as well.
I think there's 2 sort of separate bits here, isn't there? There's obviously the loan system, which, talking to Ethan Bosch, Middlesex's overseas player, and Peter Fulton, doesn't really exist in other countries. You know, there's not really a system whereby players are loaned, and I think that's a really, really good part of our system. Middlesex have benefited, obviously, with Harry Duke coming in. Thick inside edge there for Geddes, up to square leg for a single. Shoaib Bashir doing the work out on the boundary. But also Middlesex have benefited with Tom Helm going the other way and playing a game for Leicester last week as well. So the loan system is a good thing, and it keeps people playing cricket, which is a real positive. I think the replacement rule is a different conversation. I think there's still some things to be ironed out with it. I think there's been some challenges around the interpretation of like for like. But I think that the question we have to ask ourselves at the end of the 13th over there, Middlesex 40 for naught. I think the questions we have to ask ourselves around the injury replacement rule is, has it made the game of cricket better? Was it a better game of cricket last week, or 2 weeks ago, sorry, here, that when Kemar Roach got injured, that Durham could replace Did that make it a better game of cricket in terms of the standard that was played? Or is it better that if you do have an injury, you battle on with 10 men, as we have done in the past and all teams have done in the history of cricket, and that's just a part of the game? It's a really tricky balance to get, but I think that's the question I would always be asking, is has it made the game better?
So Lancashire were on the wrong end of it on a couple of occasions, I think, where the like for like was deemed not like for like because you're bringing a better player in to replace. Potts is on here for Derbyshire, so they obviously then felt they've had the rough side of the ruling so far.
It's a really interesting one, and one I was debating with Alan Fordham at the ECB a couple of weeks ago, when during the game actually, when Middlesex were playing here. So Lancashire might feel a little hard done by because their like for like has not been the like for like that they would have preferred, but they wouldn't have had a like for like 12 months ago, so they are actually in a better position than they would have been. It's a single there for Geddes out to deep point, Potts' first delivery. So 12 months ago, Lancashire suffered an injury to Ajit Singh Dale in the game at Bristol. They wouldn't have been able to replace. So surely any like for like puts Lancashire in a better position. Like Lancashire's argument is that the like for like wasn't, in their opinion, interpreted correctly. But even so, the ECB's position on this, I believe, is, well, they're in a better position than they would have been 12 months ago because they're now allowed an injury replacement.
And it was Singdale and Bailey, I think, in this particular instance, wasn't it? Yeah. Which, to be fair, I mean, that's a pretty similar like for like. To say that you were bringing in too good a player as replacement.
Nicely clipped away. Yeah, that decision was clearly... Tom Bailey's got a very, very good first-class record over a number of years, as all county members and supporters would have seen, and he was deemed just to be not quick enough, really, in terms of Ajit Singh Dale obviously bowls at high pace, and Bailey's got a better record, so a more like-for-like replacement in Sutton was found, who bowls a bit quicker and doesn't have the record. But as producer Danny has just said in the box behind us,
beautifully played. The sweeper is back. It's a big boundary.
Yes, Danny's just said, how can it be an improvement if you're not picked in the side in the first place? And that's where the like for like interpretation, we need to just iron out what that means. Is it skill? Is it record? Is it experience? Is it fitness? Is it form? And I think there are all of those moving parts that we just need to work through.
I like the rule, and I think it's a positive, and I hope it's here to stay. But do you think it is?
Yes, I think that we will see substitutions in the longest format of the game at all levels, including Test cricket. I think that's the way this game is going. I think our decision as a game is whether it becomes a tactical, like football and other sports, rugby, where you get one substitution and that's the substitution you can make at any stage of the game, or if it's time limited, or whether it fixes around injuries and illness and concussion as it is at the moment.
Would you support the tactical one?
Well, I don't know so much about the history of football substitutions.
Just the single with the sweeper back. No, I can get to actually. It's a big boundary out there. But I was thinking on the football, sorry. At one point there was no football substitutions, was there? And then it was eventually brought in that you were allowed one.
But that was for injury, wasn't it, right at the start as well, I believe. I mean, I'm a bit younger than you, Kev, so I probably wasn't watching football at that stage, but you know, when you were watching football and the first sub was brought in, I believe...
1924.
I believe it was due to injury to start with, and then that was relaxed to make it a tactical substitution. So it wouldn't surprise me if over a few years we follow as a game that trajectory. Just a single leg by to finish the over. Takes Middlesex on to 47. There is, as has been pointed out in the back of the box, the impact sub in the IPL. I'm not able, because in theory in 4-day cricket you might have 4 seamers in the first innings and drop that down to 3 for the second and bring in another spinner as the game progresses and the pitch deteriorates. So I do think there's an interesting tactical element that we can work through as a game. I'm not sure we're there yet, but as I said, fundamentally, I think the question has to be, does this make our product, our game of cricket, does it make it better? Does it make it a better spectacle? Does it make it a better standard? Does it make it more entertaining?
Chipped and short again. How many times have we said that this morning? The ball's been in the air off the face of the bat.
I've seen a few of these, and you do just wonder, that infamous phrase of the ball's just sitting in the surface a little bit. I think Carl McDermott may have mentioned that when he was on commentary previously, but the ball just maybe sitting in the surface. Used to the ball skidding on at Lord's. There's been a couple of times there that the Middlesex opening pair of Robson and Geddes have semi-chipped the ball and kept the fielders interested. Perhaps just playing a little bit early. Perhaps that ball just needs to be allowed to travel a little more.
Oh, look at that one go. All flayed straight to cover. Just what we were talking about. He threw shots too early. And Geddes almost toes it to the cover fielder. Bit of a gimme for Anderson and Derbyshire.
Disappointment for Geddes, disappointment for Middlesex. Short and wide from Anderson, really wide. Just the toe end of the bat. Through to cover. Real disappointment for Ben Geddes there. Should have been hit for 4. Ends up towing it straight to Harry Kame, who's standing there at cover for Derbyshire. Middlesex 47 for 1.
Max Holden makes his way in at 3, 18 from 42 Geddes. Solid enough first hour. The softness of the dismissal annoy Ben Geddes more than anybody. Eyes lit up for a moment, but very much stretching with the toe end of the bat just to offer the dolly to cover. So over to Holden. Brilliant start to last season in the Lions squad. T20 games come to the fore for Middlesex, 100 and all around the world. But still, fantastic first-class cricketer, which is how he first made his way into the Middlesex setup and into the Middlesex side as an elegant opener. Against one of his old mates now, come through there or thereabouts with. Width. Oh, now. Was it? Now, did it get through the hands? They've turned for the third. Backward point. Oh, just might have got the little finger of his right hand to it, maybe. It nearly was catching practice, that. So Holden keeps the strike. 28 years of age now. Max 29 this coming December. First class average of 32. He'll really want to get that up because he's a far better player than that. 9 centuries and 28 50s. So something a conversion rate to work on as well for him. Closer to 50-50. 192 innings now. Made his debut 2017 against Loughborough for Northamptonshire. That while on loan, we've spoken about loans, that while on loan to Northampton, where he did indeed score his maiden first-class ton. Total now. Good match against Durham here 2 weeks ago. 65 and 77 not out in that game. 86 at Northampton in the second innings. 25 and 40. The second game of the season against Worcestershire here at Lords. The opening game of the season was only 1 innings for Middlesex. 32 he made in that one. So 350s in the first 5 games. Sizable 50s as well. We'll be very keen for that first century of the summer, and ideally before the break, I'm sure. Get under his belt before the blast takes over. It's just gloomed over again here, but I think we're all right in terms of the surrounds. You can see the chandelier on the right side of the pavilion there. That's the writing room. It looks particularly bright. Not a glimpse of blue in the sky anywhere at the moment, but it's light enough. In fact, I tell a lie, there is indeed away in the south. A couple of slithers a long, long way in the distance, but they're not coming towards us. The cloud is light enough, I hope. Drawn into it, up the slope it goes. Swing, late swing on that one for Potts. First one we've really seen go through the air. So 28 Holden, 29 Martin Anderson. He's 30 in September. 2017 debut in first-class cricket for Holden. 2017 as well for Anderson. That was Kent versus Leeds Bradford Uni. Representing the Uni in that game. It was Middlesex debut T20 in 2018. Hove. Bad place to start. A couple of wickets against Northamptonshire last up. 1 and 2 in the match against Kent. A couple against Gloucestershire as well, and 1 and 2 at the start of the season against Worcestershire. None in the Lancashire defeat, but double century to start the season against Worcestershire. And a century last up against Northants as well. First class average of the bat of 30 and a half. With the ball 32. If he could switch those two around, he'd be happy. An average of 32 with the bat and 30 with the ball. It's an all-rounder. Playing on loan at Derbyshire, and he was recalled by Middlesex a few years back, and ended up in a prang on the M1 on the way down. Still managed to play that day though. I think Derbyshire on the way to Northamptonshire in that round, so he's called back to make his debut for Middlesex in that game. He had already made that debut for the Universities in the first class fixture. Thoughts of a leave. Bring 3 for Holden, very nearly a boundary. In fact, they've settled on 2. Prevents the maiden, 54 for 1. Members bar. It's up above the home dressing room here at Lord's, which has Rory Coots and Peter Fulton out there, Luke Holman in the middle. And there's Pete, our cameraman. Wow, where did that come from? Well, we've seen him swing a few, but this is just good line and length bowling. Slips down the slope, across the left-hander, not too much movement on it. Just line length, accuracy, and a bit of pace there for Potts. Staffordshire lad Potts, 23 years of age, Burton-on-Trent. He's from debut 4 years ago at the age of 19. Just 28 first-class matches. 4 for 50, which was early in his career. Still his best. Wickets, 15 innings at an average of 43. As we've seen already in these 2.5 overs, there's plenty of potential. Oh, straight through him. Let's just see where this moves. Just there, off the slope. It's the inside edge. Let's go with the slope, which is from off to leg. The current setup. Members' lunch at the top of the mount. Busy day at Lord's. Members' lunch, old players' day as well. Schools in, the taverners in with table cricket in the nursery pavilion. Always busy. Ray Snapper part works with the club, independent agency as well. Brightened up a bit. A bit of lighter cloud settling over Lord's. Cloud nonetheless, which means it should be swinging. Checking on the scores elsewhere, we saw 0 for 2 Gloucestershire earlier. Holden, but not on this occasion. Division 1, Leicestershire 107 for 1 at Essex, Hampshire 52 for 3 at home to Nottinghamshire. Trouble for Hampshire at the bottom in the top flight. Gubbin's still there on 28, trying to hold it together. Bit of a rough run on the south coast though. Somerset 72 for 2 at home to Sussex. Warwickshire taking on Glamorgan, the away side. Glamorgan 47 for 2. And Yorkshire 69 for 2 against Surrey. Often played at Scarborough, but is it at Headingley? That one it is. Surrey winning the toss. Luxton and Revis, the two out, live en route together. Division 2, Gloucestershire 28 for 4 now, having been 0 for 2. Hammond and Bracey have followed Charlesworth and Bancroft back. Price still going, the number 3. 51 minutes. It's been more than that unless they've had an interruption. There's only a minute for Charlesworth. Shown as 51, but I'm assuming there's a slight error there in the scorecard. Price is 8 from 29, it says 28 for 4. Kent is 68 for 1 at home to Durham, and Worcestershire 68 for 2 at Lancashire. Blaze taking on Hampshire women today. Hampshire women 119 for 3 at Blaze. Being played at Trowbridge. The Plum Club, UCB Suite. Shut on the lower and top tiers though, but for tours, and the boxes in the middle. Natter with the umpire. Ball check. Watson's just been up to have a word. Fine, just a single. Oh, ow. I think that's the shoulder. Through the shot, Holden. Yes, he looks in pain. I think he's through it, and then poor left bicep. Which will sting, but shouldn't have done too much damage. The elbow or the shoulder could have been a different matter altogether. 57 for 1 after 20. 30 minutes till lunch, just over. Look at that, a little bit of blue sky up above the pavilion. The grandstand, sorry. Oh, and above the water. What riches. Aitchison's back. Wide ball. Seven deliveries now for Robson. It'll be the forefront of his mind. Can he get through to lunch? There's enough movement out there, seen and through the air for the bowlers, for the batters. In mind at the moment will be that wickets column. One down. Geddes will be kicking himself. A bit of a gift to cover on a cut, which he was stretching for. Robson's looked pretty good for the most part, inside and outside edge, beaten regularly. Derbyshire have been on the spot, been on the money. Just the one wicket so far, and that's where Middlesex will be feeling, having been put in. If they could get to lunch one down, no matter the total, they will be in a good spot. Speaking of being in a good spot, he may be out Ben Geddes, but he's in the Lions squads, as is Navia Sharma, just announced. Place for Max Holden at the moment. He'll be looking to make his case here. With a beautiful straight drive. Some back in his ground at the other end. I think Potts was close to it, certainly, getting fingertips on it, but well done to Ben Geddes and Navia Sharma. Actually deserved for both. Warwickshire captain. Lions against South Africa A. It's 2 4-day games at Arundel and at Beckenham. May 22nd the first and May 29th the second. Win there for Middlesex that both Geddes and Sharma missed the start of the blast. 15 player squads announced. Well, he was hit on the bicep a couple of overs back, and he's hit that one hard himself in return. Two back, but he's bisected them perfectly. Middlesex seniors in today. Walk in need of prostate cancer. Phil Nappett will be there. He is with the glasses on. In the second row, Phil Nappett, friend of the mic up here in his days at Middlesex Academy. He used to come out, pass on pearls of wisdom. The details on that, it's in association with the Bob Willis Fund as well. So it's the Bob Willis Fund websites, check out if you want to donate. Ooh, that's gone. That's a lovely ball, through it goes. 63 for one. Just drawing forward, Aitchison. I'd love to prize out Robson before lunch. Signals. End of the over, 64 for 1. Waxman sipping on something warm, no doubt. Middlesex physio on the left. Seb Morgan out of the squad for this one. I'm going to chat with Pete Fulton, the coach. Some fun to begin this morning, Hayden, but getting that breakthrough. Single more. 23 years of age now, Hayden. Yeah, debut came in the match here last year, which resulted in a draw. Middlesex were 12 without loss at Stumps on day one. Heavily rain-affected game. Yeah, so Derbyshire batted first. It made 283. Middlesex 12 without loss at Stumps. Jewel 56 at the top. Harry Kane 64. Wayne Madsen 25. These are a bit of a top up at the bottom though. Cameos from Dahl, Chappell, Aitchison and Morley. 6 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones. 6 for 77 in the first innings. A couple for Higgins and a couple for Gohar. Middlesex with the bat with 298, 100 5 from Lee Estroploi, of course, against his former county. 40s from Josh De Carys and Joe Cracknell. Hayden picked up 2 for 54 from 15 overs in that innings, counting for De Carys, caught Guests, and indeed Cracknell caught Anderson. And Derbyshire won 5-3 for 4 in their second innings of that rain-affected match, which saw off the game on the final day for an early finish. Into his 7th. None for 18. Sorry, none for 15. Hayden, a couple of maidens. 65 for 1. Booming swing into Robson on that from Aitchison. There's the dugout, well, a makeshift one anyway. Chris Wright, formerly of Middlesex, now the bowling coach at Derbyshire on the right hand side there. My very first summariser in 2005. Moved off to Essex and then to Warwickshire. Oh, now, what did that do? Where did it pitch, first of all? By the looks of it, or just outside? Yeah. It was all pad, but Richardson very much at ease with the fact that that was a long way outside the line of leg. Closer and gone. Oh, Holden, LBW for 13. Well, the ball before was outside leg and he didn't whimper. Aitchison on that one, he was convinced. We'll have a close look at that line again. And yep, that's in line, straightening. And that's hit in middle. He knew it. Beautiful ball from Aitchison. In the side and in the wickets. Holden done for 13. Middlesex. 15 minutes to lunch, a 66 for 2.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
So, Lee Estroploi, formerly of Derbyshire, captain now of Middlesex, skips to the middle. Will he skip to the beat? For his side, they'll be desperate to go in at no more than 2 down now, having got so far through this session to defy Derbyshire's correct call at the toss. Both sides have had a bowl you fancy in these conditions. More glimpses of blue on the way, and Middlesex will hope that they'll have a substantial amount of batting after lunch to try to make the most of it. 2 of the key men, if not the 2 key men. Robson, vastly experienced though, with Test caps under his belts. Deploy an incredible first-class record with international aspirations ahead of him still. mentioning the sun. There it is. First glimpse of it today, I think. Just before lunch. Middlesex be of a sunny disposition at the interval, though. Derbyshire would certainly take 3 now. They'd have fancied 4 when they won the toss. Middlesex will be delighted to be 2 down. Not so much Max. Oldham was out in that over. Plum LBW 66 for 2. This is how. Just watching for that line. It's pitch there, middle and leg. And let's go ahead on to hit middle. As straightforward a decision as you'd like for the umpire. Now here's Hayden. 3 slips, points, cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. High up the outside edge again. Solid from Robson. Again, he'll have an eye on the clock. Those all money batters up and down the country right now. Let's have a look and see what those latest scores are. Leicester 148 for 2 at Essex. Hampshire 68 for 4 at home to Nottinghamshire. Somerset 90 for 2 at home to Sussex. Edge gone. There's the 3rd. Robson can't believe it. Shake of the head from him. All the defiance. 71 balls. But it's Hayden who gets there in the end. Long morning of battle and grit for a Middlesex. Madsen holding on. Comfortable catch. Drawn into that one. He's played too far outside the line of off, but it was something we discussed all morning. Robson being drawn across, but also looking to go across and smother the ball to prevent that off stump being exposed. Pretty soft catch in the end for Madsen. Big wicket for Hayden. Blow for Robson and Middlesex. 66 for 3. Steps comes Caleb Faulkner. First Lord's bow for Middlesex, having made his first class debut at Lancashire last week. century in the under-19s final for England's defeat it was in the end for England, but that a personal highlight for him and a fine marker laid down. Seen him get 100 call as well. But he's been racking up the runs in the seconds and pushing for this place. It's come at the expense of De Carey's. Gidders was at number 5. He's gone up to open with Robson and was first to go today. Holden and Robson held them up for a wee while, but they've fallen in quick succession just before the interval. So now it makes for a tricky few minutes for Faulkner, alongside Deploy, who has just the 3 deliveries to his name himself. This man has a wicket to his name, Hayden. Couple in his debut. On this very ground last year. He's got one before lunch and a crucial one as well. Nice one to leave for Faulkner, outside off, 66 for 3. And this is why it's 3 down. It's watching through the air, anything on that one. It's got a long way across off the surface, it's just straightened on him slightly. He's wary. The pavilion end that on that line off the surface, that will come back in and thump into the off stump, I think, probably, as he'll look back on it. Be unlucky if that was taken off, so probably should have been left alone. 66 for 3. Over to Aitchison, 1 for 19 for him. If they were to get deployed before lunch, then they'd be dining pretty happily at the interval, Derbyshire. Lively needs introduction to Deploy at Derbyshire. They know just how good a player he is. First class average, which is just slipped down below 50. A reputation that hasn't fallen away at all. From face to backward point. Top of the Allen stands, where you can now sit, or you will be able to sit, for the Blasts, which is back next Friday. Book your tickets now, Middlesex website. Oh, that's nice. Angling across from Aitchison up the slope. Wrapping up those scores elsewhere very quickly. Somerset 99 for 2 at home to Sussex. Glamorgan 88 for 2 away to Warwickshire. And Yorkshire 95 for 2 at home to Surrey. Now, he was late on that deploy. Get the boundary. But there'd have been many a Middlesex heart in a mouth there. 5th boundary of the innings, which tells a story in itself. Would it have carried to 3rd slip? Probably not, unless he was a good yard or 2 advanced. Oh, it's another belter. Minutes to lunch will feel like an eternity now for Middlesex. They'll have been pretty pleased with the morning's work, but Derbyshire right on the edge of walking off with a very good morning session behind them. It's pretty even Stevens at the moment. Now, was there a little bit of bat involved? Because I think they'd have been screaming more for that. Let's have a look at the lines on it first. Pitch is in line. Ooh, hitting on that back pad. I tell you what, that may have been a better shout than they realised. This pitch in middle, would it have just angled across? Yeah. Again, if it was given on field and they'd have gone upstairs, it might just have been clipping to be umpire's call, but deployed feel pretty rough, I think, if he was given out for that. 70 for 3. Whoa! It's yorked him. How close? If it didn't york him, beats the outside edge. He was wary of that pad getting in the way. Falk made him late on it. Hadn't particularly gone anywhere with the feet. Quick look at the Elias deploy from behind the LBW. Let's see if this gives us an idea of the line. There's the front on. Now this is the one, just keep an eye on that line. You can see the trajectory of it there. And would it have just clipped the top of off? Again, I think it might, at very best, have been clipping. Last over before lunch. Can Faulkner get there? 3 deliveries left. They'd have loved to have taken deploy with them, but they'll take a 4th no matter what. Solid. And the youngster. Those Division 2 scores. Gloucestershire 60 for 4 against Northamptonshire. It's got it down as 20 overs, so they must have had a delay down there this morning. Kent against Durham, though, 106 for 1 Kent. Crawley made 30 from 45 deliveries, but he was caught pots, bowled Stokes, 115 for 1. Shot, no run. Nice and high on that drive from Faulkner. Other score to tell you of around the country in the men's game: Worcestershire 88 for 2 at Lancashire, and Hampshire women 174 for 4 in the One Day Cup match at Trout Bridge against the Blaze. Last ball before lunch here at Lord's. And very nearly a 4th wicket for Derbyshire. Through the gate it goes. It doesn't castle him, but it was close. And let off on that one. 3 down at the interval makes it even Stevens here at Lord's. Derbyshire winning the toss. The sun's out. Middlesex will hope to make hay after the break. Do join us back on the stream to find out if they do or whether Derbyshire continue. Little rattle of wickets they got going just before the interval. Old friends reunited out in the middle. Live stream here at Lord's, brought to you from Middlesex with me, Kevin Hand. All brought to you in association with Daffabet.
competitions.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Laugh, ball,
Catch,
throw.
try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. It's 1:41. It's time for some cricket. Live stream here at Lords, brought to you in association with Dafabet. Aitchison will get us underway till he has to deploy. Leg sides, just a single. An even morning here at Lords. Middlesex put in by Derbyshire. One down within sight of lunch, but the wickets of Holden and Robson have evened out that morning session. Of course, there's still an awful lot to do, only 71 on the board. They're a lot closer to trouble than they are to a good score at this stage, and that's what Derbyshire will be telling themselves. Got a teenager at one end, they've got their old mate at the other. But if they can turn one into two quickly here, then they'll feel right on top. Leg side. 4 slips in place, as you can see. In line, but there you go, a long way down the leg side, even with the slope taking the ball from leg to off. The angle on that one quite clear. Width offered and width taken. Faulkner's off the mark with a boundary. Really beautifully done. Gets that front foot across and strokes through the line of the ball. Compensation by Aitchison. Just a single though. Oh, now it's close. It's given. I'm not sure Deploy likes it. The line of leg stump is very much going to be in focus here. But Derbyshire liked it, and so did the umpire. Let's have a look. Ooh, well, the first instinct was no. It's a little bit of late swing there. Might have just got it onto that line. I think if you go upstairs, possibly it's umpire's call. He's gone for 5 to Ploy. 76 for 4. Ryan Higgins comes in at 6, and this is a big job now with Deploy gone as well. Faulkner at one end, Higgins at 6, Duke in on loan at 7. Strong batting to come in Gohar, Bosch and Roland Jones, but Middlesex will not want to leave it that late. They'll want to do it with the top order. They've got a lot to do. There's a bit out there today. There's cloud cover overhead, there's seam movement, and there's a Derbyshire attack that will feel that the results this season don't tell the full story of the ability of this squad. This man went very close before lunch to picking up Faulkner with the ball that nipped back in. Battle resumes. Wouldn't be a bad time for the youngster to announce himself in the first 11 for Middlesex. He's announced himself elsewhere. Ball for Higgins. Draw across. We saw that with Robson going a long way across. Just going up the slope. Outside the line, on the walk, whipping across the line, crucially outside the line of it. Ooh, only just. Goodness me. Well, much like the deploy dismissal, I reckon if you go upstairs, that's umpire's call. Umpire's call at best, perhaps. Deep square setback. So too long leg on this 6-3 field. There he is on the walk again. Just a turn through mid-wicket. Potts coming around from deep square. Single more to the total. Middlesex will very much want to at least have a 2 at the start of it when this innings comes to an end, ideally a 3. I think a 3 would be a very good score though. The way that the scene is set today, the early wickets before lunch. Derbyshire will be disappointed if Middlesex get to something around or beyond the 300 mark from here. 78 for 4. Blue skies in the distance and on the way. Middlesex will hope for a lot more sunshine. Big in dip on that from Aitchison. Nicely played by Higgins. A long chase here for Bashir. It might not make it. But then again, it might. Uphill all the way to the grandstand. It's just how Bashir would have felt. Will we see any spin in this Middlesex first innings? At the rate the seamers are going, they will suggest there's no need. There was not an over a spin bowled at Old Trafford last week, which I was querying as to when the last time that happened, but then again, there were barely 5 sessions worth of play in that game. Big in swing again. Now, Deploy, I think, is unhappy with his for a couple of reasons. Going down, but in the game for sure. That one swings the other way. Look at that swing. All through the air, that. The line completely adjusts long before that pitches. Swings away as well. 31 bowled, 82 for 4. I think that's why Deploy would have a gripe, because of the swing. I think he'd suggest that as this leaves the hand there, swings across the left-hander. Not much though. I don't think he'd complain it's swinging across him. It's just whether it pitched in line, but not a clanger. Disappointing for Deploy, but not a clanger at all. Short and punched. It's a big boundary, so we'll have to have punched it hard, and it's just going to lose its legs at the last. She returns the throw. He's getting across a long way, much like Robson. Comes far forward though, Higgins. Looking to access as well that short boundary on the leg side. Reckon there's a little bit of bat involved there. Darts down the track again. Ooh, wow. What a ball that is. Well, if he thought he had him a couple of deliveries, no doubt there. He looked back for the umpire to put the finger up, but Higgins was walking already. On the ground he made his first class debut last year. That's a beautiful ball again. And Higgins heads off. I think for a moment was worried he wasn't going to get it. Turn, an appeal, surely, and then the realisation. Realisation for Middlesex is that a couple more have gone since lunch, and big ones as well in deploy, and now in Higgins, who makes his way off court behind. Middlesex 85 for 5.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 3-6-5. Amplifying brands in the UK.
So, Harry Duke comes out to join Faulkner. Two names that were yet to appear on a Middlesex team sheet the last time they were here at Lord's. Faulkner in for his first class debut at Lancashire, indeed his professional debut, and Duke in on loan from Yorkshire. Injured Joe Cracknell, who's been in good form and would have been desperate to be out there for the scrap today. Middlesex will look for their loanee. Cruelly nicknamed Keith Lemon by his new teammates. I'm sure in a loving way. Played. Sun is out. A little bit more of it on the way. It looks like an oil painting at the top there, doesn't it? Beautiful sight on screen, beautiful sight in reality. The reality is that bit of blue that you can see, there's a bit more depth to it, so we should have a good hour or so of sunshine at least upon us. The ball's been swinging today. I doubt that will significantly change matters here, but we did see in the last few games though that when the sun was out, batting was a lot easier. Six will be thinking, come on. Between the last 5, 150 from somewhere, get them up over 200 and somewhere close to around that 250 mark. Derbyshire right now will be thinking no more than 150. With the resumption at lunch, we did note that you put 2 on the board at that point. Middlesex don't have many runs to their name. Side and away. Signals, looking for the fine glance. Oh, that's very close as well, and it's gone. If there was no bat involved, then he had every chance, Aitchison. And the umpire happy to agree. Watch that front foot. Where does it go? Step back into the crease, deep within the crease. It doesn't particularly go anywhere. It goes across, and then the bat comes down. Too late. No doubt at all on that one. A blow for Faulkner, big blow for Middlesex. They're 89 for 6. Safa Gohar wants the number 7 spot. Here's another chance for him to push for it. Pakistan born in from Gloucestershire at the end of previous season. For 20 for Hayden, 2 last year in his debut game. And a big job for Duke, 2 batters on noughts. Duke facing his first ball, now over to Gohar. To the hip. They'll look for a couple here, and they'll get a couple. As they are. As they need. 150. Sure will be very much on Derbyshire's mind here. Wrap this up. Do not let Middlesex get away. patient batter, Gohar. To line this up, I'm sure. Back for the long haul. Solid in defence, 92 for 6. Tough day at the office so far. Robson, Geddes and Holden all looked as though they were getting it into a good position just before lunch, but Geddes falling pretty much after an hour. Robson and Holden just before the break, and deploy Faulkner and Higgins following. And Rowan Jones certainly able to bat. But these are the two that Middlesex will look to knuckle down now and see through this afternoon. And the 35th over of the innings, Derbyshire will fancy there'll be plenty in this ball still. Plenty of swing. Cloud cover blows over once more. There is more blue on the way, Middlesex fans, fear not. Derbyshire fans, though, fear not, this ball's been swinging. I can't imagine that the little bit of sunshine that we are going to have over the next 30-40 minutes will particularly sway things in Middlesex's favour. They'll have to do that themselves. 4 slips in place for Gohar. Here's Aitchison. A run. Single dropped into the gap. It's a lovely ball, it really is. Angling him, seaming away. Henry Brooks. Apparently there are a pair of shorts on underneath that. Click fine. There's the fielder back, so it'll just be a single. Had to be quick. Bowled again, they're not leaving the spot. Middlesex won't be able to rally quickly. 98 for 6. In early in the bowler's bar today, it was packed there this morning. I'm sure those are just turning up for their first of the day. It's a good beard on the right as well, isn't it? Booming in swing on that again. It's well fielded though by Bashir, prevents the single. Nicely bowled, well played. Those two came together, neither had faced a ball. Knuckling down for the task at hand. What a ball that is. Fine way to finish the over. Maiden for Aitchison, Middlesex. Battling hard, and they have to. Bowling's been top notch. That's 98 for 6. Leaving the spot, Derbyshire. Middlesex are going to have to battle for every single run, as it should be. Full face of the bat from Duke. Speed a gentle 2. So the bat was off and not that one. More. Done again by Dukin behind that. 101 for 6. Just the 3 off the over. There's more of that blue stuff. I always think there was a little bit of rain in that cloud to the left, but I think we're okay. Now I'll get a single. I thought I was going to play inside that one though. Watch the bat face come down and across. Little edge saves him. Again, well run. Just into Gohar now, still 4 slips. Just a fraction wide and nearly a gully. Moving up the slope. From around the wicket as well. Another chaffer. Now watch this out of the hand and the line of it. Off stumps in play all the way. A little bit of late swing just adjusts it all. At which point Gohar's committed. Singles finish the over. 4 for 6. Potts is back, replacing Hayden. 50 minutes after lunch. Just gets past the glove. Just makes it to the rope as well for valuable runs. Signalled as leg buys. Single. Aged but short. Did you know Ben Geddes and Navia Sharma are in the England Lions squad? Apparently Henry Brooks was wearing shorts underneath that top. I don't know where Brooksy was off to in that very long coat, but assured full training attire was on underneath it. I'm pretty sure Brooks wasn't wearing anything under that coat. Oh, he definitely was. Never mind all that. Look what I found. Edged again. 2 slips in a gully, and it flies in between second and gully. Stretching for it slightly. It was that away swing. Just fine of the gully fielder. It might have been too far wide of a third. Fourth would have nabbed it, you'd reckon. Martin Anderson. Again, the defiance goes on between these two, coming together with the score on 89 for 6. Both now faced 26 deliveries since they came together, as neither had faced by the time the pair were put together in the middle. That's the question. There was a little glimpse of leg stump on display there. Keep an eye out for leg stump. Pitch is, it's in line but going down. See the bottom of leg stump behind the pad, but striking would certainly suggest it was drifting. So it's got gloomy again. There are more patches of blue on the way. Sun's gone. On 14 for 6, 25 the partnership between these two now. Second highest of the innings. Drop of rain in the air at the moment behind the grandstand. There are blue skies on the way. To wait on that for a moment, Duke. Just steers it around the corner for a single. Edge, not to hand. Comfortably short of second this. That's first, Edge second. Looking busy. Top tier of the pavilion, drinks at the back on the patio out there. Rothesay, well enough populated, busy downstairs as well, and behind the glass in the long room. The inside chunk of the bat. The single. Flowing drive by Gohar. It's a brilliant stop there, though. He did not cover. Fancied 4 off the bat there, Gohar. Overs to tea. Middlesex 3 down at lunch. Right now they take 6 down at tea. Very well bowled, very well dug out. Emerson going for the Yorker. money. Quite so on that occasion, but good stop. Just flinging himself across. To pad up Gohar, it was starting wide enough. It's finished. It's a single off the over. They're keeping it tight, Derbyshire. Dearly well to prize apart this partnership, though. MCC pennant looking pretty dark there against the bright blue sky behind. It's shrouded in cloud cover at the moment, though, the pennant. But blue sky on the way, as you can see. Inside part of the bat, but it'll bring a single. Oh, look at the swing go. Duke drawn into it. And nicking through. Delight for Derbyshire. The breakthrough comes. 30 runs the partnership. This ball, watch it go there. It went late, so late. Duke was committed. Just there it starts to go. The line completely changed. Duke dug in, but that ball was a jaffer. 119 for 7. Ethan Bosch. 19 for 7, back into the side. He was rotated out at Lancashire. He's back in now for Morgan. He's got a job to do with the bat. Decent all-rounder. Comes in behind Gohar, but strong batting credentials. It's not far off the stage where Bosch might have to give it a bash. Behind that one. Going for the Yorker. Speared in, but leg side and a single taken. Cut away and cut fine of the sweeper. No deep third in place. Side again. Just need to tighten up once more here. Wicket off the over then. Partnership broken. Middlesex 1-2-5 for 7. Keeps the strike with that single Gohar. defended by Bosch. Away swing again. The ball is struck. That's a good slide on the ropes. Goes into two. Has to be quick at the non-strikers. Two batters very much wanting, or two players very much wanting to be regarded as all-rounders, genuine all-rounders. A few better opportunities to prove it than now. 27 for 7. Width on that, Truman again to cover. In there. Short and helped, only a single. Sheer down there. Reached the stage for a bit of spin at any point in this innings. Shape on that again as Bosch tells us with his hand signal so to watchfully bring the bat down on that. Looking shot, only as far as point. Couldn't have been far away. Oh, so close. Sun's back. The halfway stage of the day. 48 bowled, 48 to go. Middlesex put in, battling on. 131 for 7. Looking to give themselves something to bowl at, these two. How much Gohar will have to do with the ball in this game. We'll have to wait and see. Still swing. Just got the bat down on that one as well. Another over ticks by. Yes, no at the non-striker's end. Throw comes in and it misses. There's never a run there really. Go hard, just pushes. Yes, no, no. No, still no. Best looking sky of the day, that. We'll see us through to tea. Will Middlesex make tea? Now the bat Was nowhere near on the line of that. Is that because the ball did too much? Starts to swing. Yeah. At very best, umpire's call. Not too much disappointment from Derbyshire. Again, excitement. A dot into the scorebook though. 136 for 7. Nice shot. And might get full reward for it. Did Mid-off get a fingertip? Ball's losing pace. Mid-off isn't. Good run and retrieval from Kane. It's a problem on that one. Lovely shots, wow. Stretched slightly, but timed it beautifully. Raced through the covers. Fair to say, that's been boshed. Still usable. Edged gum. Second slip holds on. Aitchison has a fourth. And Gohar has to go. Stretched slightly for it, trying to find the ball. He punched a few away, but not this one. Thick edge. Sharp catch. And a fourth wicket for that man. 24 off 56. Good defiance from Gohar. It's taken Middlesex away from a very perilous position. And now 149 for 8.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Did you see Old Trafford at that 5:15 tee? Ridiculous. So that will bring Toby Roland Jones down those pavilion steps in a minute. And here he comes through the long room, down the steps and out the gate. A walk he's done many a time. For far worse positions than this. Could have been a lot worse when they came together. .30 the partnership when Gohar and Bosch came together, but only in the 80s when Gohar first set foot in the middle. 230 partnerships back to back. Well, between Roland Jones and Bosch, these two renowned for giving it a bash. Which one will be Bash and which one will be Bosch? There's Derbyshire's Bash in the foreground. Bashir. Bash and Bosch would be a good matchup. Just need Ian Bishop on commentary. Bit of Bish Bash Bosch. Well, that might encourage him. Don't hang around. Get going. 50 up for Middlesex, but 4 for 40 Aitchison, 2 for 42 Hayden. They've all bowled incredibly well. Well, look at the RPOs. They're all there or thereabouts. Not giving Middlesex an inch. Nice looking stroke again from Roland Jones. Renowned for the big hitting, but what non-regular watchers of Roland Jones perhaps might not know is the elegance of his drives and his shots in general. Former opening batter in the Middlesex Youth Academy. Well, that is in Roland Jones' territory, and he makes no mistake. 4 in front of mid-wicket. Bowl there, especially with the short boundary to the leg side for Roland Jones. Leg side again, and that is likely to be 4 more. It's downhill and it's a short boundary. Said 250 would be an escape from Middlesex. It certainly would be, even from here. Pulls out the drive. Good stop in the covers though. Jewell picking himself up. Packed day in the pavilion. Looks good in there at the moment. As I say, a good number in the long room as well. Last championship round at Lord's until late September. .158 for 8. And that's it for Roland Jones. He goes for the big one. Aitchison has 5 for into the side for Chappell. And rewarded the faith shown to go with him. It's been a fabulous performance. Inside edge. Somewhere between the flowing Roland Jones drive and the big shot. So it's neither one nor the other in the end. 9 from 10. Aitchison has the final say, 159 for 9. With the 5 for them. Looks good for Derbyshire bowler. Still got a job to finish here, Ben Aitchison and co. 26 years of age now, will be 27 in July, from Southport, Lancashire. Aitchison. It's only a second first class 5 for. 4 fourthers previously, economy average of 30, economy of 3, 107 first class wickets. Debut back in 2020 for Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire. Chance for second 6 for his previous 5 for was 6 for 28, so he's not beating that one. Oh, goodness me. Look at the swing on that. Sharma's job is to block this. I'd suggest, looking at the last 2 deliveries, Bosch's job is quite clear. A bit of bish and a bit of bash. Oh. How many to go, the over? End of the over. 5th for Aitchison. Yeah, it almost looked so it might shape away, but I reckon just seemed slightly. There you go, just through the air there. It looked as though it was going to go and then pop off the surface. Pop off the inside edge and bang onto those stumps. Can't see there is a deep mid wicket and a long leg. Field spreading. Edged away. Single rejected. Bosch resists again, 28. Bosch just the other day, April 27th. Just the one ODI for South Africa, and as an overseas for Middlesex, mainly for the Blast this year. He's played 91 T20s, 51 list A and 50 first classes. Got a first class century to his name, as well as 12 50s and 72 innings. Average of 26.5. 3 list A 50s and 3 list A, 3 T20 50s. Yes, no. And put down now. How costly will this be? That was a comfortable catch. Aitchison as well. Thinking about his Lord's fifer. Hayden would have had a third. Let's go now. It would be T as well. But equally, could have an extra half hour put on top of 32 overs for T. 32 overs remaining for T, that is. Stop ball and the maiden. Over to Sharma once more. Oh, and they were, what, 89 for 6. 7th going down. Did say at that point Derbyshire should be saying to themselves, come on, no more than 150, whereas Middlesex would have been at that stage still thinking 250, and on a particularly good day maybe 300 still. Chew your arm off just to get to 200 from here. 4 slips and a leg slip as well now for Sharma. Here's Aitchison looking for a 6th. And nearly finding it. Chance put down. Keeper gets a glove to it. Went a long way in front of slip. Madsen there will pick up the glovesman. Guess to be disappointed he didn't hold on. There's a thick edge. He went a long, long way. Would it have carried to slip? The question. Look at the chop. Would it have carried to Madsen is one of the questions here, as Guest has gone a long, long way. So watch those hands have slip, looking to get down. Would it have? Yeah, it would have. He's pushed it down into the ground with the fingertips. Taking the single, third ball. 2 to go. Bosch is stood at the end where he'll want to get going. Before he can hope to. They've got 2 leg slips as such now, maybe a leg slip and a leg gully, you'd say. Well played, Navia Sharma. End of the over, couple of singles off it. 161 for Naim. Tee's scheduled for another 7 overs time, but with 9 down, that could be a further 8 overs beyond that. Well, there's the first big swing. Rejects the single, all along the floor, the inside edge. Another swing, and as such another miss. It's dragged all along the floor to long on, another dot ball. Swing still very noticeable out in the middle. Part of the difficulty for Bosch to tee off here. Well, there's the first of them. Just gave him the room to free up the arms outside off stump and swing for the skies. There's only one word for that, really. Bosch. Tucking for cover in the pavilion. I reckon it was the middle tier of the pavilion. It dropped down onto the bottom tier then. More room to free up the arms. More of a bash than a Bosch. Actually a really good shot. Both were slap through the covers to finish. 171 for 9. Back to Sharma. Now, that gets away. Giving chase there is Potts. The irony being here, they did come back for the second anyway. I thought they'd only take the single. But it's a boundary regardless. Nicely into line again with that Sharma. Appears to have a good and competent technique. Edge shorts. They don't take the single. There'll be 2 more to come of the over after this. Bosch again looking potentially for the bowling from the pavilion end. This one dropped a fairway short, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think second could have got across him really. Slip being that yard or 2 deeper. Five slips, 1 leg slip and a leg gully, and a solid defence from Sharma. Oh, now Sharma. Last ball of the over. Bosch wants the strike. That was a little loose from the number 11. Swinging but wide from Anderson outside the off stump. Bosch lining it up again. Everybody back. Got a fine deep third, which you might just see his shadow below the run rate there. Looks like a trophy. One up for grabs tomorrow, I think, around the corner. That'll be a wide. Oh, surely, yes. Toe ends, dot ball again because the single's rejected. Stepping across, but he's tucked up by that, so just a single. Sharma's got to survive. Yorker, well played by Sharma. So that's another one. 4 to the scheduled tee, but 8 can be added for the 9th wicket still standing. Well, Middlesex have made 200. Derbyshire would rather have hoped not, I would imagine. They haven't let their position slip here at all. There we go. Our wish is their command. It's Bash versus Bosch. Bowling from the nursery end, the England off spinner, which means he's turning it up the slope and into the pads of the right hander. The short boundaries to the offside, so imagine a very straight line will be kept here. Have an eye on how good a reverse or indeed switch hit Bosch may have. There's the answer. He's got one. No contact on this occasion, though. Respectfully played. None of the bish bash bosh just yet. Difficult though, the hitting options aren't particularly there for Bosch at the moment. Straight down the ground an option. Mid wicket up. Fielder at 45. Cover just about to step back into shot, I think you'll see. No. There we go. Points dropping back now. Mid off up. Long on back. Will he be tempted to go over mid off? Clip to mid wicket. And it's Bash that gets Bosch. And he holds on to the catch. Comfortable one. In the end it was a clip. Not all the big hitting that we were thinking we might see. Dolly to finish. Good innings from Bosch though. 29, he's the second highest scorer of the innings. The man before him, Zafar Gohar, 24, is the third highest. That's after Robson got it off to a good start with 31 and Geddes 18, but that was a wee while ago. All out for 177. It's tea here at Lord's on the live stream, brought to you from Middlesex. All brought to you in association with Daffabet.
For the fun and for the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Have fun.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
How will you play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket?
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, good evening and welcome back to Lords, where there are 35 overs remaining of the first day. Middlesex put in by Derbyshire and skittled for 177, a 5 for Aitchison. This man will have a similar tally in mind. He's got 4 slips in place. Harry Kame on strike, Lewis Rees at the other end. He's also got a point and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg, a 6-3 field, and wickets in mind. So that's up with a loosener. So yeah, top score from Sam Robson in that innings. Ball was swinging all day, seaming as well, and that's what Middlesex will look for tonight. This man will seam and swing the ball, as will Higgins at the other end, Navya Sharma. Producing a brilliant spell, match-winning spell really at Old Trafford last week, and Ethan Bosch back in the side. So he wants to leave it, Roland Jones. Oh, that was angling back in with it. It looked as though it might have just kept a fraction low, the trajectory changing it. Oh, look at the face. Look at the face of Kane. Kept his bat face open, that's the crucial thing. The pursed lips tell it all. So Ryan Higgins. Swinging onto the pads, but swinging down the leg side. Slope against Higgins' appeal as well. It was swinging down the slope. Yeah. Missing leg. Ooh, little wafts. Oh, you can see where that line has started and where the ball finishes. Look at the line there, and then look at where the ball goes past him. This is why Middlesex will be fancying something similar around the 150 to 200 mark in the Derbyshire reply. Just an offering of the bat on the back foot, and that races through. Beautiful timing. Good leave to follow. Five without loss.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
That's the line. Run taken by Rees to get him off the mark, but that's where Roland Jones wants to continue to probe the length as well. Again, to the right hander this time. Oh, that was not a bad shout, you know. Again, just a certain umpire's call if it goes upstairs, I reckon. Clip him. Edged short. Duke went for it, but it was always going across him. I reckon it was to Slip's left. Here's the line. There's the edge. Now watch for the right hand of Slip. Yeah, it was straight to him. Had a reach for Duke down the hill as well, away from him. But this will be an interesting test for Duke. Get to Roland Jones and co at Old Trafford, but now with the slope here at Lord's. And now down the leg side, yes, no. Well, they thought they had him. Rees didn't like it, nor did the umpire. The hip, says Rees. Roland Jones seeks the confirmation of the umpire. Not particularly conclusive either way, but front on might give us a little more of a clue. Ooh. Deflection almost seemed as though it came before the hip on that angle, but nice starter. Oh, another Jaffa. Testing stuff, this. Leg side on that one, and they'll pick up a single. Oh, and that was darting back in, darting in from mid-on is Sharma, but it's a comfortable single in the end. Grey skies once more overhead. Middlesex won't mind that, the more the merrier in terms of the grey skies. Grey clouds coming in. Bowls. Angle's right, the line's right. Middlesex just want that wickets column to look right for them, and looking right mean a good 4 wicket session. Like the morning, putting themselves over 3 down at lunch. Derbyshire have hoped for 4. They came back at them this afternoon and wrapped up the next 7. Well, Middlesex will be thinking something similar tonight. He's not leaving this line, is he, Roland Jones? It's as persistent and as pestering as Derbyshire were to the Middlesex batters this morning. Solid defence once more. Reese 11 balls face for him from Lancashire. Batter, all-rounder. Bowl in the game, not available to bowl at the moment. A number of bowlers blighted by knocks, injuries, restrictions at the moment by Derbyshire. For Derbyshire. Nearly deflected back. Flying Duke behind the stumps. No bat involved this time. Nor last time, of course. Give guard, said the umpire. Bowls again. Look at that, off the surface. It's just been a fraction of late swing. That loss after 6. width and punished. Full as well from Roland Jones. Reese makes no mistake for his first boundary. Chase given, but one in vain in the end. Played back on the spot. Another chaffer. Squared up by that one. Ace off the over, but a couple of victories in there, a couple of moral victories in there for Roland Jones. 17 without loss. Lovely shot that, just a gentle push and down the ground it goes. Roland Jones catching it from mid-on. It's Bosch who went with him. Edged but short of second. No chance for third to go across either. Outside the line, I think. We'll have a look. Wasn't far away. So far across though. Oh, whipped off middle and leg. It's the short boundary. That was never going to give a fielder a chance. A little lift on that again. That's great keeping by Duke. Really good stuff down the leg side. I'd imagine fancy footwork, but watch for this grab. How far across he is, and he's got to go. Not much footwork, just a long leap. It's only 7 more to go today. Middlesex searching for that breakthrough. 8 gone. 24 without loss. Middlesex have made a reasonable start in terms of the number of overs. First wicket for Middlesex was that of Ben Geddes. Didn't fall until the 15th over. Nice shot, turn square for 4. Close again because he'd come across, but height would have been one of the problems. Touch the front pad now. See that leg stump between his legs there again. At best, you get an umpire's call on that if it was clipping. Bat and pad together. Worth asking the question. Loud question asked. Oh, may have been outside the line as well. Probably was. Scampered single. Together again, no yelp this time. A bit of timing again. It's a long chase here for Faulkner out on the ropes. Grab a couple. 33 without loss after 10. Starting to get a bit nippy. Something warmer maybe. Hot toddy perhaps on the end. Time for a bit of Ethan Bosch. Made his Lord's debut 2 weeks ago, but sat out the match at Lancashire. Edged, safe. No deep third either, so it'll be 4. Crunch drive, picks out cover. Gohar had a few of those earlier. He's clapping at point, Holden doing the fielding. A couple off the bat that Gohar would have fancied 4. 6th over for Higgins. Olivia Sharma will be fancying his turn. There it is, the breakthrough for Middlesex. Kame stretches, but has to depart. Looking for the drive. And Higgins it is in his 6th over. It's that movement again, watch out of the hand. It's angling towards the stumps, big swing. And drawn into the drive. Done for 15. Duke with a catch. He's first at Lords. Higgins with yet another wicket. 37 for 1.
There it is. Oh, he's bowled in.
That is an absolute beauty.
He's got it.
So Montgomery steps out at 3 to join Rees. Rees and Kane, pretty accepted pair at the top at the moment for Derbyshire. Montgomery. It's a pivotal position here at 4. He's got Madsen, the experience of at 3. Sorry, he's got the experience of Madsen coming in at 4. Oh, he's edged and he's put down. 3rd slip going across in front of Robson. It's the skipper, I think. Yes, deploy. Picks himself up. Well, was it his catch? Was it Robson's at 2nd? They're tightly knit in there. Robson's. He's taking it out of the pouch at the number 2. A hopeful appeal from the slip cordon there. Higgins has nothing to say to nobody. "26 years of age, just turned 26. The German-born, or sorry, Johannesburg-born German international. Nottinghamshire, formerly. T20 international for Germany. 29 first-class matches. This is why he's in the middle. There's the wicket. Should have been 2 and 2. Almost a carbon copy. This one though to 2nd slip, but 3rd tried to make it his, and whoa, I tell you what, that was a fair old grab at the 2nd attempt. If he had taken that at 2nd attempt, that probably would have been one of the best 2nd attempt catches I think that I've seen. He was so far gone and at such pace, and he was on the dive, yet in mid-air he still had the whereabouts to throw out that hand and nearly get it. So it could be Westville versus Johannesburg in a moment. Zulu natal for Bosch, Westville to be precise. Hedged and gone! Well, there we go. First wicket at Lords, first for Middlesex for Bosch. Gave it a bash with the bat. And now he has one with the ball. Angling in. Just a little straightening on Rees, who squared up, and it's a really fine take at third slip. Ryan Higgins, who stood next to deploy, who's just put one. In fact, he's not stood next to deploy, it's Robson who's next to him. Deploy has gone back to his usual position, I was about to say. He could have turned to the skipper and said, that's how you do it. 20 from 34, it's a good start. It's a similar start now for Derbyshire to that of Middlesex. A solid beginning. It took a little while for the second to go actually for Middlesex. They've done it a little bit quicker in the Derbyshire innings, 37 for 2. Jewel out at 4, Edson still to come thereafter. It's the big wicket. Three slips behind Jewel. Here's Bosch around the wicket from the pavilion end. He's got it going, Bosch. I think it took him a little while to settle at Lords in the opening game, but settle he has for this. Well, there's the wicket, there's the catch. Middlesex have 2, they'll know they should have had 3. It's this man who took the catch. It was this man that made the breakthrough, and he could have had 2 and 2. Inside edge. Glorious shot that, leans into it. Montgomery off the mark. It's another one. Absolute beaut. We'll see it from the front, but I reckon the one from behind will give us a really good view of this one. Angling back in, darting back in, just good line and length bowling. Approval on that one. Well, the contest has picked up pace here. Middlesex are in the wickets and they are very much in the hunt. 41 for 2. Oh wow, back onto his stumps, Chul. Edge down to deep third though. Thick edge. Stands up tall to that one, nothing edgy about that. Madsen in the middle. Sounds like a bad American sitcom. Fine middle order batter though. Time for Sharma, replaces Higgins, who got the breakthrough and could have had two. Oh, nearly a wicket with the first ball. Over it goes. Actually wide of. Oh, goodness me. This is some start from Sharma. He's got him on the hop. Wafted it down the leg side, hopping across again. Well, that was a fine opening over. It's up where he left off at Old Trafford. Oh, tumble for Bosch. Nice pace, pushing it through down the slope. From the skipper. Nice word for him when he awarded him his county cap, or his Middlesex cap, I should say. Get up. On his toes. On to come. Top ball's finish. 55 for 2. Oh, now that was a nice ball. I thought he had him for a moment, the way the head snapped around from Montgomery. From that and a comfortable leave. Fishing at thin air. Montgomery on that. On this occasion to fourth slip. Middle on, not through the air. Dots finish, a maiden for Sharma. Peter Fulton on the left. Josh Knappett laughing away next to him. Tim and Rory Coots, Ian Salisbury. Too wide. Oohs and ahs. End of the over. There's still 16 to go today. 19 bowled in this elongated abbreviated evening session, 56 for 2. Clip. Again. And another flash. Two balls faced now for Montgomery, 23 dual. I did say that Middlesex would be looking for a 4-wicket evening, much as Derbyshire would have liked a 4-wicket morning. edge, but all along the floor. Partnership worth just 21 for the third wicket, but racking up the number of balls faced just as important for the runs for Derbyshire right now. They'd like to think long term in this innings, and long term means a long way into tomorrow. Just 2 wickets down at this stage. Middlesex got themselves in a fix just after lunch when they lost their 5th. There was no real recovery. No ball calls. From what we've seen with the swing today, but certainly the seam movement as well, Middlesex will hope the seam movement at least persists into tomorrow, even if they were to turn up and see blue skies above. Might go, or might not. They've run 3, 63 for 2. Into it again. It really is just a game to sit back and watch at the moment. There's not too much you can say about this. Middlesex just have to hang on that line and length just outside off, particularly from the pavilion end, from the nursery end as well. They may be a little tighter to off with the way it's seaming. It must feel very claustrophobic as a batter on a day like today, where clearly there's a lot through the air, but there's a little bit off the surface as well. Good pace, hits the bat hard. Seems Ethan Bosch. .65 for 2 after 21. Still with 14 to go on day 1. 12 wickets in the day so far. How many more? Middlesex advance this evening. Derbyshire will be desperate to walk off 2 down. Come back tomorrow. Start to look towards a significant first innings lead. Winning the toss. No surprise, electing to bowl first. Make first use of the overheads that were around all morning. Slightly brighter second half of the day. I think we're seeing as much swing this evening as we saw this morning. Bounces through. Don't think so. I reckon he's just got outside the line. May have been pad first. That's the other question. Was it actually bad? Right, watch that front pad closely. Ooh, wow. That's not a bad shout. Let's have a look here. Point of impact. Swinger again. From Sharma. Maiden, very nearly a wicket. Perhaps should have been. Jones is back. 1 for 22 for Bosch from his 6. 5 for Roland Jones, done for 14. 1 for a late evening bursts from the old skipper. New skipper, current skipper. Tossing the ball, Leas deploy. to go tonight. Derbyshire will be over the moon if they get in 2 down. Middlesex wouldn't be kicking themselves too hard. They certainly like to take that run rate down a little bit if they aren't getting wickets. Single off his first over back. A couple of maidens in there, none for 15. Back to Sharma. Set up at Old Trafford when Middlesex were there for the away game last week. That Sharma has got to be most exciting Middlesex bowler to come through since Roland Jones. Named in that England Lions squad today for the first time. Going to cap the day with a wicket. Leg side. Floodlights yet. I'm not sure they will be required today. Skyline obviously slightly deceptive, looking up into a dark cloud. The brightness in the middle making the greyer clouds look that little bit darker than they are. Certainly keeping it tight, Sharma. Only the 7th run of 4.4 overs. That's what Middlesex and Deploy will want. If they're not taking wickets here in a low-scoring game, you can't be conceding runs, and the youngster's doing a fine job of that. That's a lovely shot. Just over-pitched on this occasion. No mistake made at all there by Montgomery. Taking that one with relish. For a single to end the over. 6 off it. 12 conceded off his 5 for Sharma. 72 for 2. Here's the bowling card. And the economies, Bosch 3.67. Higgins, an unusual 3 for him. So we'll bring those down a little bit this evening if they're not getting the wickets. But the 2 that have got the wickets are the 2 most expensive so far. Oh, he's gone. Not got him. Josh Shaw. This will probably confirm an edge. I think so. No. Roland Jones' reaction suggests there wasn't an edge in the first place. This angle, I thought. Looks as though there was. No. No edge. It's carried. Well, that first angle certainly looked as though there was a deflection. Hint of it on the second. It's a glorious shot. Just leans into it. Holman on as a sub. Got a couple. See who Holman's on for. Higgins, because he's coming back on by the looks of it. Sharma's still there, so Ethan Bosch maybe has stepped off for a moment after his spell. Sharma number 12 from 5. Back to Higgins then. That's a good shot. Hands on it from Holman. The cover though holds him to a single. Floodlights are on here at Lord's. A straight line in the opinion of Higgins. But there's more blue skies on the way though. You can see that glint of sunlight in the background there. There's more of that on the way. I said the wind has died down to its lowest level of the day, so just whether it will push that cloud in on time. 9.1 overs to go. Let's hope so. Good game brewing here. Again, you don't want it affected by weather in any way. Saw enough of that in the Durham game and the Northamptonshire game. Conversation time. Was there a miscalculation on the end of the over there? I think we all thought there was one more to come. Back to Roland Jones, the pavilion end. Light's far from an issue here. Chandelier that you can see there in the writing room, lower right of the pavilion, that's far from the brightest it's been all day. If the builders could turn off the lights at the top of the new Allen stand, that would be nice, please. It's a bit like the old system, the light meter reading there, isn't it? We've got 2 lights up there. If it goes to, what was it, if you went to 4 you were off, or was it 3? Not one for the youngsters, that, but everyone will remember watching cricket on the BBC, camera cutting constantly to the light meter. I'm sure it was 3 of the 5 and then we had to go off. Cameras are cut back almost every over. Every other ball once it was at 2. Umpires looking over their shoulders. Two-leg side from Roland Jones down the hill as well, so the batter always having confidence. And closing the face there. The length key on that as well. Nice put away by Montgomery, back ahead of Jewell. Ouch. Oh, he's not gone down. It's a little higher than I thought. Nasty bowler to face Roland Jones. Gives the extra bit of bounce that he can get. Off with his cap. Higgins is ready to go again. Right, those scores elsewhere. As Higgins prepares to bowl here. Leicestershire 333 for 9 at Essex. Hampshire 144 for 6 at home to Nottinghamshire. Hanging on in there. They must have lost a bit of time there today. Yeah, only 44 done there. 44 overs. Close of play at Somerset. Hosts 335 for 5 against Sussex. Warwickshire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 321 for 8. And Yorkshire 347 for 4 against Surrey. Live 131. That's a lovely shot. Full face from Jewell. Might not get full reward for it. It's a good stop to Ploy. Giving chase and picking himself up and telling Roland Jones to save his legs at mid-arm. Run 3. Not only century for Lythe, Root made 44 in a partnership with Lythe of 67, but not out now with Lythe. live. Bairstow with 111. So look, 3-4-7 for 4. They came together with the score on 121 for 4. So Lythe was still pretty early in his innings then in terms of number of runs, despite the timeout there. Because their partnership's worth more than 200 now, of which Bairstow has 112. Lythe opening the innings. Division 2, Gloucestershire, 154 all out. Bad light stop play at Bristol. Northamptonshire 22 without loss in reply. Gloucestershire 0 for 2 this morning. 5 for Sanderson, 5 for 47. And 2 other games. Kent 3-8-3 for 4 against Durham at Canterbury. So North East at 141. Dawkins opening the innings with 181 and beaten. Ben Dawkins. Zach Crawley was out. First to go to Ben Stokes. Lancashire 28 without loss. That's in reply to Worcester's 270. Yeah, for 85 for 2. 28 bowled. It's up and over 3 now. It'll irk Middlesex slightly, but not if they can get them 4 down by stumps. Just a little bit of width. Got it too hard, Jewel. I think he was trying to get the placement in front of Gohar there at backward point. Some excitement. Quieter this is, the better for Derbyshire this evening. A smile back at Jewel from Montgomery. That's close. And he's gone. Roland Jones with his first wicket and a crucial third wicket on this first evening. Looks like a little late look and a shake of the head as well from Montgomery. How far across was he? The only question outside the line. From there, it is just a question on outside the line. He's had a long step. Look at middle stump. Yes, that's gone. There can be no doubt there. He thinks he's further across than he is, I'd suggest, Montgomery. A shock from him, but he'll look at the replay and see that he's definitely in line, and in which case he has to go. 23 from 63. Good defiance. He's put up a good fight tonight. Needed to. Derbyshire now 86 for 3.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
The number 11 makes his way to the middle for Derbyshire. Fear not if you're not looking at the screen, Derbyshire fans, and thinking what's happened. Potts is sent in as a night watch. There's still 6.1 overs to go tonight. Roland Jones is on the board. He'll love to take Jewel off as well. Punches at that outside of the off stump, and he'll be off the mark first ball with the boundary. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and a big reward for Derbyshire's number 11. Greeted with the sun as well. Was it out by the time the ball hit the ropes? You'll see when the shot comes back to Lords, the sun is shining. Should see us through the final 6 overs despite the floodlights. So I was a little surprised they went on, but then we have the lovely panoramic view of the north of the capital here. Indeed, down towards the south. I guess we're looking more than towards the north. Planes descending into Heathrow in the west. You just see one in the distance there above the pavilion. The eagle-eyed with the ultra-high definition TVs. There's one over the back of the Warner stand, just about to disappear behind the flats into Heathrow. Bowled him! Well, a step across from Jewel and a big wicket for Middlesex. Higgins' delight, he has his second, and it's a huge fourth on this first evening for Middlesex. Now, was it a little bit of pinball, or did it get straight through off the pad, off the top of the back of the pad, possibly off the strapping itself? There, just clipped, just above the knee. Maybe the bottom of the thigh guard and onto the stumps. Tough for Jewel, disappointing for him. All the batters have tried to get across those stumps today, negate the movement. It's his downfall in the end, 90 for 4. Reckon that's Aitchison making his way down the pavilion steps. So the number 11 and the number 8 as they were on the order. I think Bashir was 9 and Hayden was 10. Potts at 11 and Aitchison was at 8. So up he goes. Reliably informed that this is not a Dan stat. From the back of the box, producer Dan. Aitchison and Potts were 8 and 9 in the order, not 10 and 11 as was on the card on the big screen here at Lord's just a moment ago. Alone. 5.1 overs to go. In swing and nothing doing. It looked as though Higgins was about to punch the air in joy, but nothing on this one. We don't think is the wicket though. Yeah, just watch the bottom of the thigh pad there, just there. Just see a little wobble on the thigh guard and down onto the stumps it goes. There's the wobble of the thigh guard and as the stump struck. Ooh, now look at Robson's reaction at second slip. Potts is leaving this alone on the front foot. He's a tall man as it is. Length ball just full of. Up it goes. Watch Robson at second. Nearly knocked him off his feet. 2 positions away. The double. Oh, now. This is what it's like to face Toby Rowland Jones. On some he can find this extra bit of bounce. Look at the length on that. Up it goes, and then the length on this one. Actually, a fraction shorter. I was going to say a fraction fuller. Down the slope it comes. That movement plays a big part in it as well. And that one is going to be close as well. It's going down, the umpire says. I reckon you can see all of off stump, and that's what's put the umpire off. With the slope as well, as we just mentioned. Pitches outside, darts back in, and yeah, he's not gone that far across. Watch from middle as well. You can see all of off. You can see, ooh, you can see middle, but then he hadn't particularly gone anywhere. I don't think there could have been too many complaints if the finger had gone up there, but Middlesex have to get on with it. There aren't many ways you can play this. A bit of prayer helps though, if that's in your reckoning. 90 for 4. If you'd have offered Middlesex 4 down, I'm pretty sure they'd have taken it. Try and tempt him. No. I think Higgins knew it. Bowler's bar's full. Even late in the day. Two overs to go from Roland Jones. 11 balls now. This is big old over. If they take one more now and then have 12 deliveries left in the day, over at either end, just maybe. They can even take a couple more in these deliveries left. On the spot. Oh, how now? We haven't seen as much swing this evening, but that was nearly a Roland Jones classic. Next one's got to be smashing into off stump, hasn't it? No matter what he plans to do with it through the air. Fraction fuller, fraction straighter. Nope, a little bit of width and punched away. .95 for 4, 12 deliveries remain of the opening day. Fascinating one it's been, 14 wickets falling. That's where he wants to be, Higgins. Side of the bat, big chunk of it. That's a lovely ball. Again, it was one of those that looks out of the hand as I'm swinging into you. And then pitches and goes. Two straight. Couple for Potts, he's into double figures. Derbyshire at 80 runs behind, 6 wickets standing. Shades of Old Trafford. Middlesex successfully chasing last week and a low scorer there. Derbyshire failing to a few weeks prior. Oh, what a ball. He just had to put the hand up in recognition of the ball itself, I think, Higgins. His last of the day. Play that. Actually, a little bit of late swing on that one as opposed to the seam, I think. Elements of both. Well, final over of the day. Let rip Navya Sharma. You've got your England Lions call up. Roland Jones 1 for 33 from 11. Very good shout for LBW in his last over, but to least deploy. Saying to Navya Sharma, come on Nav. A little bit of that Grace Road or Old Trafford magic. What have you got? Let fly at the stumps, I would imagine, would be the message. Short leg in place, just make sure you're hitting the top and middle and off. Let the swing and the pitch do the rest. There you go. That's there or thereabouts where I want to leave it. A fraction shorter, he's gone full and in swinging to begin. And again, this time he gets it away. Wide of Deploy, who said an attacking field, so he's the man who has to go and get it. 3 run. And that brings up the 100. 4 down. behind the bumper. Youthful enthusiasm. He's allowed to push them back, but I'd suggest the bumper was probably one better kept up the sleeve rather than pushing them back at this stage. If you're Potts now, you're saying to yourself, get forward, get forward, get forward. That's better. Let's go for the Yorker, leg side though. I think it might have just been off the boots, what's the umpire going to say? Runs it is. Just clipped the back of the boot, but bat it was. Final ball of a fascinating first day here at Lord's, 14 wickets. Nearly 300 runs. Run away. And the batter's run to 106 for 4. Pretty even first day. 71 runs in it. 106 for 4. Middlesex will know the onus is on them to keep the wickets rattling through. 2 night watch to get past in the morning. That won't be easy. One, if not both, will be saying that we are staying, and for a considerable period of time. Higgins, deploy. Nabi Sharma there in the foreground, and Roland Jones appearing at the back with Ethan Bosch working on the ball already ahead of tomorrow. The bowling and the brains trusts will be thinking, how do we get through these next 6 and keep this one tight? It looks as though it could be another low scoring thriller. Roland Jones is chuntering. I think he fancied he added a wicket 2 overs ago, and I fancy he's probably not wrong looking at the replay. Anyway, all to play for. Brilliant first day here at Lord's. Middlesex put in a 177. It was a fine performance by Aitchison. 5 for 47, really restricted Middlesex after a solid enough start with Robson and Geddes. Bosch and Zafar Gohar had to top it up a little bit thereafter. But it's Potts and Aitchison with the bat who are defying Middlesex this evening. It should be all to play for in the morning. It should be all to play for the remainder of the game. It looks as though it'll be one that'll go to the wire, this one, and it certainly looks as though it'll be a result game, weather permitting. You can join us on the live stream here at Lord's from Middlesex throughout the game. From myself, Kim Hand, and the team bringing the stream here in association with Tafabet. It's a very good night.
action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That's ball.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
How you'll play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.